Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第245天。It is day 245. Got 4 things to cover from yesterday. 未来。Oh, wait. Traditional. Does it have a strike down the middle? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, it does have a strike down the middle. Dang it. I screwed up yesterday. I wrote slim or I wrote possibly thin. Or no, or like cramped or narrow. Yeah, way lie. Okay. And picture it in my head. Right, take photos. Jing. Essence. And Cho. Just so stinky stench. Not pleasant smelling. Alright. Let's get into our lessons and whatnot.
友谊
friendship 友谊友谊是最宝贵的 Yeah, indeed
友谊
indeed
书柜
what would you say 说得很好 right 说得很好我说得对友谊是最宝贵的是最宝贵的书柜书柜 makes sense 书柜 interesting that a bookcase versus a shelf makes sense though a couple or 4 or okay they take bookshelf as well okay 书柜放在客厅里 okay the bookshelf is in the living room right
书柜繁体字
繁 so numerous 体 body 字 many lots of things in the body I suppose refers to the type of Chinese character whose body has more numerous strokes yeah 繁体字我会写繁体字 maybe one day I'll say that wait
繁体字
gotta make sure I don't silence that by accident
大纲
大纲 big 纲 Guidelines? Oh, the outline of the guidelines. Interesting. 老师提供了什么？提供了课程大纲
老师提供了课程大纲。
大纲
大纲
Of course, I wonder if this also applies to like syllabus.
帘子
连字 that sentence reminds me of a syllabus as 帘子 帘子 makes sense. Curtain. 我们家客厅的帘子是红色的。
帘子
All right, cool. Whoops, it's Japanese. Yes.
有意书柜
书柜。
帘子繁体字
繁体字
大纲
大纲 All right. Video 视频视频 Look at frequency and look TV box. Something you can look at on TV if they tune into the correct frequency. Yeah. 我看过这个视频吗？哦，你看过这个视频吗？
视频
或者视频呢？视频
频道
频道 channel so 频 frequency way okay channel that's fair TV channel 我常看运动频道
我常看运动频道。
频道
okay
斜线
Oh, I think channel might. I'm kind of curious if 频道 is now also used for like YouTube 频道 right or something like that where it's grown out of the old usage to the new usage 斜线 slash 斜线 slanted line okay gotcha. Oh, that slash. Oh, that makes sense. /. I was thinking of like 切 or yes or 切. No, I'm thinking 切. No, all right. 斜线斜线 makes sense. 斜线文件名中不难包含斜线
文件名中不能包含斜线。
writing thing. Oh, file names. Oh, Yeah, file on file in the file names you cannot have it cannot contain slashes, forward slashes. Interesting. Oh, that's a cute way to say file name. A composition, a piece of composition, a file, and then Ming to add to the name. Huh.
斜线
斜线，斜线，斜线，
吨位
吨位。How does twin work? So, tons of positions, tonnage. Oh, ton position. Oh, okay. So this is more like a degree at this point. It refers to the number of tons that can be at the position of a car. Okay, tonnage. 吨位. That's kind of this one's gonna be tough. But tonnage. I can shortcut it. I can kind of shortcut it to weight, maybe. Or tons of it. How does? Yeah, it's for the weight. 这条船的吨位很大。对，
吨位羽绒
makes sense. Down feathers 羽绒。let's see. 这个 something 短，这个 something 短，里面是羽绒。tree and mutant. 枕头 Oh no, that's not 短，枕头。枕头 pillow 枕头 I guess that makes sense with the head part 枕头 but what is 枕 let me think. James Bond, basement, infirmary. Oh no, it's not that. Not that one. Tree and mutant. I don't remember this at all. It doesn't actually. It kind of looks like mutant, but not. Interesting. I don't think I have it yet.
羽绒
Okay.
视频
Rip.
吨位
吨位
斜线
Oh, whoops, that's slash. Sorry, I'm still thinking about what that last one is. Oh, 频道 is
频道羽绒
Okay. And how do you... Yeah, see, this doesn't work. The video is not great. It's too archaic. That's gonna be some growing pains on that one for tomorrow. That's some growing
果
pains.
蔬
果蔬 fruits and vegetables makes sense. 他每天都吃5份果蔬。
他每天都吃5份果蔬。
果蔬公吨
metric ton makes sense. 公 has been used for public, like a public form of metric or public form of measure, which I guess can default to metric. 这批 interesting. 这批货物重量公吨。This counter asset or commodity type is 2 metric tons. Shipment 货物 interesting. At least I think that's 货。
这批货物重2公吨。
Shipment 货物 for shipment. Okay. Oh, it could be because of P, the counter. I don't actually know what type of counter that is. And this is like generic. So it's I guess you can have context provided by the type of counter. At least that's how I went about that.
公吨
When
发疯
发疯 to go insane? Okay, 发疯 to go mad, going to become insane. 他突然发疯了。
他突然发疯了。
对，发疯了。
发疯
Okay.
田
Oh, rice field. Dang. Hello there, rice field. 田 Jimmy Turner is inside the pawn shop looking at a painting of a rice field for sale. He wishes he could be where that field is, and his godparents' grandest wish, except now he's stuck in the painting with no way out. That's kind of grim. Picture a strange boy with a pink hat stuck in the painting of a rice field in Asia from a century ago while in a pawn shop. Okay, fair enough. 夏天 to go to the to go down to the fields. Okay. 田地 makes sense. 田地 oh, track and field, just track and field probably. 田径 Jing kind of looks like track. Land tax. Oh, is that Zai? So it's Fu. It could be Zay. I mean, that could be equivalent to Zay. Zay. Tian Fu. Interesting.
田
Yeah.
雨
Yu. Bestow. Scepter. I feel like there's another bestow. What was it? It wasn't necessarily bestow, but like bequeath or something. Or if there's another, we have another one. And I'm not sure if it has mace in it. Oh, we can find out actually. No, it's not. It's not these 4. What is it? It'll come to me. It'll come to me. Bestow, huh? With the ceremonial mace. That's fine. Yugi is in the basement. Yugi really does like his ceremonial maces. We got a lot. Yugi is very, or Yugi is very much associated with far more often. I guess we can actually find out. Soon enough. Yugi is in the basement of the house playing with some of his cards. Sure. He summons one, which is an aristocrat with a ceremonial mace. He comes out of the card and looks around the shoddy basement with mild disgust, but nevertheless bestows his ceremonial mace onto Yugi. That's fine. That's okay.
雨
I guess I could confuse it with yo, huh? But your doesn't exist. Only you. Okay.
甜
Okay.
果蔬
True.
雨
Gotta picture something. The other Yugi is also the same, like feathers. It's like you just picture Yugi summoning something, but Yugi could summon anything, really. The ceremonial mace. Bestow might get lost though. Oh. Bestow.
发疯
Fafeng. The more I say bestow, the more I feel like it sounds weird.
公盾
Alright. Got some puzzling ones. Jing. Well. Oh, hey. We got well. E. Right? E. Jing. That's certainly a well. I'll take it.
井
Jing. And translates to well. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the English Manor where he is building a well amongst the dusty marble statues. He hopes to use his well to get special groundwater for his experiment. Oh, I was curious. I'm like, why do you build a well in the basement? What purpose does that what purpose will that serve? Groundwater. Okay. For his experiment. Fair enough. Jing. Makes sense? Oh, okay. Yeah, 有井
井
It defaults to water.
昌
Chung. Prosperous. Double suns are not the hottest. Suns, moons, right? Sun and moon is not the hottest when it comes to devices, mnemonic devices. I don't know where I've seen Chung used before. It's still Charlie Brown though. Charlie Brown is in like what do we have? Chang, or actually Chung has that. Two Chungs actually. Chung for sing and Chung for initiate. Have these. One has a, and the other one has the Slender Man. Charlie Brown is in front of the chapel. He takes off his cap. He wears a cap? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't usually wear a cap. He takes off his cap and gets on his knees and prays to be prosperous. Suddenly, two miniature suns appear in the sky and rain gold coins down on him until he's buried beneath all the prosperity. Crushed by his own newfound success, even in victory, he still loses. He loses his cap too. Wow. Oh, there's some social commentary on that one. Sure. I mean, sure. Phosphorus. Oh, no fool. I was thinking maybe Chung gets paired up with like Fu or Fu. Like Chung Fu. or cheng fu, or even cheng cai, riches. But okay, cheng sheng, I don't have sheng yet. Plate and halberd plus. Actually, I'm not sure if that whole thing is a thing. No. Oh, battle axe. Where the heck is the cape? Oh, right. Oops.
昌
This one might get lost.
荣
Questionable. Rong. You look very familiar in a different way. What was the one with the kettlebell? Oh, xian. No, not close. The melt. Rong. Okay. Not a kettlebell, but a kettle. Okay. Another wrong. Robin Hood is inside the temple where he is brewing insect tea for him and the monks who sit on the wooden floor in front of the incense-laden altar. He gets a kettle and fills it up with insects, which melts together. It's okay. Like, insects are used for things. However, the kettle is so hot that it begins to also melt the wooden floor too. We don't need that. I guess melting. Oh, but I don't really think of it as melting. That's fun. Maybe Robin Hood is inside the temple where he is preparing like a special dye for the monks to write with, you know, to write scriptures with or something like that. So he gets a kettle and fills it up with insects. Insects typically are used for dye. There are insects to use for dyes. So he just melts them together and then prepares a form of ink or something for the monks to use. Jingrong. What the gold melt? Finance. I'm not sure. Finance. It does have Jing in it. It does Keen. Keen. I thought it was more like Keen pass through or something. Interesting. Jing Rong. They mix together. Rong He. What? What? Okay, I can kind of see it. On good terms. Rong Xia.
荣
This one's very, very new.
王
Wang. Okay, so we finally got death. Okay, Wang. Walter White is inside the chapel, which he has barricaded shut, trying to avoid his final fate. But he is no match for Death, who walks right through the chapel door in front of Walter. Death swings his scythe, ending Walter's life. Walter falls down on the altar, bleeding until he finally reaches Death. Yeah. Ci Wang. Xiang Wang. No, not Xiang. Yeah, Xiang Wang. Oh, interesting. Xiang Wang. Huh. Okay. Oops.
王
All right. Okay.
景 昌
Okay.
荣 王
Okay. Putting some imageries into my head right now. All right. Let's get to it. we are officially in the HSK 6 territory. I haven't decided if I want to benchmark off of this. So it's getting close to the end of the year, right? I think HSK 6's characters are gonna bring us up to probably close to day 300. And I was gonna see if I can juggle something else while maintaining this stuff in the background, right? Like I could do this type of thing in the background and then wait on this. This is one of the... I think this is kind of deliberate as well. These are it forms the core of literacy, right? Forms the core of early literacy. I was thinking maybe we partition this. We go from HSK this part, and then there will be it will be a gap time of practicing with this before doing these things here. The reason I'm considering that is because time is very there's a lot of time, like not enough time basically to do a lot of things. I haven't decided. It's the same with Wanikani. We're approaching level 30 and we'll probably hit level 30 close to the 300-day mark as well. I haven't decided whether I will transition into only practice. So just constant practice in some way, shape, or form to form the foundations, because ultimately, in my opinion, when it comes to having foundational things to use, constantly moving quickly into something, certainly you can juggle it, but I myself find that when you have enough content or knowledge to work with, developing application through practice is will greatly improve advanced learning. So oftentimes you want to challenge yourself to take tools that you have or knowledge or content you have, find different ways to apply them before moving on to continue to saturate your foundations. I think this would be the foundation. HSK 1 through 6 would be a foundation. And you can make do almost without the necessity of going into this, because these can be discovered through using foundations. I think Wanikani is very similar. About level 30. I have like a little over a month for both to decide how I'm going to go about that. A little under 2 months, I guess. Under 2 months. We'll see. It's not quite line up with the year, but we got to find new application. Right? I am a firm believer in application and use cases. I'm balancing use cases with intellectual exploration. For myself, personally. I think the people that I've met over the years are far more... they're kind of application, but the application is misplaced, in my opinion. And what I mean by misplaced is they select based on their own personal preferences before learning something. In my opinion, that creates narrow-mindedness and it creates a glass ceiling. So whenever you're developing a skill, in my opinion, the first thing is to go in with an open mind, right? And oftentimes people say they're open-minded, they're open to trying, but then they talk about how they make decisions on how they start things, and it's through pre-selection. Like, oh, I try things, but I only try them if I have a chance of liking them. So that means that you're not learning very much, in my opinion. You're only most of the time you're doing what you're confirmed to do. And what I mean by not learning much, I mean relatively, it would be very different if the person said, I want to learn this, and you go into it knowing that, well, there are going to be things you might not like, things that you do like, but that wasn't part of your decision making. It was the idea of taking in all the aspects of the stuff. It's kind of like going into something knowing that you're not going to like it, and therefore you're just not going to like it. Or going in refusing to think that it can work, so you don't make it work. That's kind of the thing. So for me, that's kind of what I'm thinking here, where I have to start exploring even more aggressively, and I want to record some of it. Explore aggressively what I can do with the knowledge I have now. You can keep picking up knowledge, you can keep picking up research and stuff, but in my opinion, without the application of using it, the reward does not come out. Like you can be really well educated, but actualizing and applying those to create something, in my opinion, is kind of the end game. Like, you kind of want to use them. I mean, there are certainly people who are very satisfied by telling people like, oh, I know a lot of things. It's like, great. That's awesome that you know a lot of things. And then meanwhile, when they're talking about it, it's like, so you know a lot of things. Can you tell me how you use it? Use that, apply it, synthesize it, iterate on it. And they would say, well, I only do things when I like to. It's like, well, then you're inexperienced. That's the phrasing of the word. It's very identifiable, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is there's a huge behavioral difference between someone who is experienced and who someone is knowledgeable, right? Knowledgeable and experienced versus a knowledgeable person. When you ask them a question, they would not focus on the specific examples that they can give. They would focus on the concept of it. So like, you ask someone, oh, what do you constitute as a healthy alternative to something? And they would say, well, conceptually it would be anything that is something. Like, you didn't give an example. Like, you didn't describe it with an analogy or an understanding of the experience involved in it. So that's not to say that it's a bad thing or a good thing. Obviously, more selective people will have limited experiences. So when you ask them a question, they would tell you the concept of it. So like right now, all these characters are concepts to me. I have not done anything with them. Like, I haven't written something, or, well, I have, but what I mean is I haven't done it in a project oriented way. I haven't like started a project like, oh, hey, I'm gonna write a story with this. I haven't created something with this. So all of these things are concepts, and concepts can only go so far. In the language learning world, I suppose the concepts are the learning materials, and then the application and the experience is the native content, right? Like, one concept or like one experience would be describing what your favorite vlogger does in your target language. That would be an experience of using the language. The concept would be what that vlogger is teaching you or showing you, because you're not experiencing those things. You are not responsible in outputting or creating those things. So right now, it seems like we're, at least in my opinion, we've gotten to a part where I think with this knowledge here, there's enough flexibility to start thinking about what can I do creatively with this. Can I start summarizing vocabulary, summarizing videos, like write summaries of videos in Chinese, you know, like listen to it? That's fine. That's still an application of it. But then write it in my own words. Like, can I describe this video that I saw yesterday and write it out in Chinese? That would be experience, not concept, right? You can always sit here and tell yourself, oh, I know these characters, so that means if I wanted to read something, I could read something. But you didn't do it, right? That's probably... And the reason that's important, in my opinion, is then you can express anecdotes. You can express personal experiences that demonstrate that you are in fact someone who can use the language, but not in the sense of the conceptually ideal way. You can use the things for your purpose. I think this is a bit of a nuance because there is a heavy emphasis on people projecting what their ideal application and use case is. That's very different. You can go about it in your own way. Like if your way is to always do something, always only be native, that's perfectly fine. The experience speaks for itself. So it's kind of like someone says, oh, I always listen to a lot of native vlog content. And I'm like, okay, like what? And they're like, you know, just a lot of native content. And so it doesn't seem like you're internalizing or outputting what you're actually doing. Because if you were, in my opinion, you would be able to explain it. You would be able, it's like breathing air, right? You do it so often. So the question is, did you actively participate in constructing, deconstructing, and whatnot? It's one thing to say you're into fitness and then you describe some concept of, oh, you know, I get in my, I have a routine. It's like, okay, what is that routine? Right? And it would be like, well, it's a healthy standard routine. Like, I don't know what a standard routine is. Can you explain it? Doing things, applying things provide nuances, right? If you say, oh, and here's one other thing that happens a lot with communication skills. When someone says, oh, you wouldn't understand. Oh, it's really complicated. Oh, it's, you know, it's special for me, but you wouldn't understand. Like, oh, I've done so many of this, it's too complicated. I've done this for like 16 years. I can't explain any of it. That type of thing, in my opinion, is the difference between you want the concept of you versus actively understanding what you're doing, right? I think one of the gold standards that I'm a little biased towards, this is my personal bias, is that if you can't teach or explain the thing you're doing or willingly do it, explain and teach, and it still can be too complicated, but the willingness to be able to explain and pass on information, that's the end game of what I would consider as a mastery of your experience. So if you go around saying like people never understand you, and the first thing you say over and over again is it's complicated, then that's a communication skill issue, in my opinion. It might even be that the things you think you're competent in, you're not competent in. Truly internalized, and in my opinion, truly internalized and well-practiced people, often when they get started, they would be able to explain and or demonstrate in some creative way or not creative way of showing that their experience exists. I think it's pretty obvious intuitively to someone who's even inexperienced that the other person is simply spinning words and saying things nebulously, but they don't really tell you anything, right? Like, yeah, you know, I'm super good at Japanese. Like, okay, can you demonstrate that to me some way, some form? It's like, well, you know, you're not a native Japanese speaker, so I can't really demonstrate that because you have to be a native Japanese speaker to understand how good I am. Like, okay, but that still doesn't explain anything. It's like saying you're a really healthy person over and over again, and if you're talking to me, I would believe it less and less when you keep saying the same thing without any examples or details. And I don't want to end up being like that. So, or at least this is what keeps this at bay, right? I haven't done anything with these things. Like when someone says, oh, like, have you used your Chinese, right? Have you used your Hanzi, like their traditional writing? I haven't. Technically, I haven't, because I haven't done anything in my own image. There's nothing that I built. I have no examples. I can't just like break out a journal of me with all this writing in Chinese. It's been a learning thing so far. At least in my opinion. It's an interesting thought. Alright, let's get into our review now. Alright. And it's gone. That's all right.
嗨，
That's a great start.
肺， 腰，
Oh, hey, that's Koshi. Koshi. I don't want to project. This is a projection of my standards for myself, not standards for others. Like others, you know, they have their environments and stuff. What I was ranting about or talking to myself basically is these are the standards I hold myself. I do not consider myself an expert or even experienced or barely intermediate if I don't produce anything. Learning and being well researched and well learned and well read is like a really small, in my opinion, a small percentage of what a person can do. It's kind of humorous because I feel a lot of younger people are so much more hyper focused at doing things. They have the capacity to do things, but they find learning to be the most taxing part because they usually are doing things. And the caveat here, the double standard here is learning provides, or the interest and curiosity of learning provides a larger breadth of things you can do. So if you constantly always start with doing something based on what you already learned in past tense, then you can't ever do more than what you have learned. So when someone says they're an artist and they only draw one thing, that's what I mean. They can most definitely be incredibly great at drawing that one thing, but they are only doing something based on what they learned, not what is learned or is being learned to expand one's ability to do more things. Order does matter here, in my opinion. It really does. And I'm particularly biased towards the other order. You go into something, you observe, you discover something either about yourself. It's not like discover something like no one has ever discovered before. You discover something about yourself, not confirm something about yourself. So if you're learning Chinese and the only reason you like Chinese is a means to an end, which actually there was a post in HanziHero, on the HanziHero forum about someone who said they absolutely hate Hanzi. Like they really dislike looking at characters, but it's a means to an end. That's what I mean by doing selecting based on what you want to learn, but really you're really selecting on based on what you want to do. And I think when you talk to someone like that, there are other ways to tell that you're talking to a person like that. Like when you ask them, what interests you? And it's like, yeah, not much. I'm usually only interested in this and that. And but hear me out. There are people who I ask this and they say, oh, I'm interested about a lot of things. Like what? And it would be, oh, just a lot of things. So that the opposite can be very nebulous too, as in unfocused, right? Not focused enough. So oftentimes, if someone is very selective, I try to expand or like contribute to something that is outside their selection. And when someone is very non-specific, I try to ask for specifics. Reason for most of this is you get the people interested in learning in a different way. You either learning to expand your skill set or you're learning to hone your skill set, right? Either you're in standardization or you're in optimization. I think that's one way to become very interested in someone's progression or life. I think being a panderer, in my opinion, is nice and useful when someone is unmotivated to do anything. So there is a place and time to be a panderer, but I genuinely find that very passive. Like, oh, so you only do this all the time, or you really hate this and there's no way around why you hate this. Well, I'm still gonna give it a go. Like, can you hate it less? Is there anything else you can think about that you can hate less about it, right? If it's determined like, oh, it's all you deal with this every single day, like, isn't that all the more reason to think about ways to not hate it so much every single day? That kind of thing. I mean, it goes a long way. Anyways, back to this. What? Was that Zhang? Might have been Zhang. No Zhang. That's Shu. I'm pretty sure I screwed up the first one. Saber in a warehouse.
"创始人
他是这家公司的创始人。
创始人 Founder. Okay. Heckin' syringe? What the syringe? I'm just gonna take a jab at this for... Oh, wait. Yeah, like, I'll take a jab at this. No, maybe not. Oh, that's syringe. Let's see. Ta something one. Probably that's probably one. No, maybe not one. Ah, everything's gone. Ian. So, hospital, Ian. Sheng. Ian Sheng. Sheng Wang. Sheng Wang died. Sheng Wang, Sheng Bing. Sheng Bing 的朋友. Hold up. Like, hospital, severely sick or something? Deeply sick? Friend who is sick? It's a movement. Something Wang. I think it's something Wang. I just don't know what the syringe is. Oh, wait. No. No, that's not it. I don't know. That's kind of disappointing. We'll come back to it. I'll take a guess. Yeah, I didn't think so.
名牌，
他喜欢穿名牌服饰。
书，
Heck, don't come back that soon. Is that walk or footprints? I mean, that could be footprints. That doesn't help, does it? Nah, there's no chance I'm gonna get this. Gun. I actually was getting close to gun. That's not good enough. I was stuck between 50-50 on gun and Han. And then that's Wang. Yeah, that's fine. So gun is hurried. Yeah. To rush to the hospital. Right. To rush to the hospital to see a sick friend. Oh, see. Oh yeah, pay. To see. Interesting. Okay. All right. Unfortunate. It happens every once in a while. How was it hurried? I guess it was a thing about like having a special sun syringe, magic syringe thing and picking up like artifacts and whatnot. That's, of course, it's not the greatest because the syringe could be anything then if it's picking up supplies or plenty of supplies. Feels bad, man. Okay.
戏剧，
现代戏剧。
What is that? Iron page. You're debating covering your space with Japanese sticker notes with vocab and kanji while looking like a crazy person? This room is plain. That sounds amazing. You can, or how about picking up a brush? and trying to write the characters and then putting it all over your wall, you know? Maybe a brush. That would be kind of fun. Doing some brush work. It doesn't have to be calligraphy. I didn't want to say calligraphy because calligraphy would imply something else, but that'd be kind of neat. Put in some like decorations or yeah, you meant written sticky notes. Brush might be messy, you don't know. Well, brush is messy when it's not dry. And I know you meant written sticky notes. That's why I'm talking about brushes, because it's not a big leap from writing your own sticky notes to using a brush. But, hey, if it's too messy, it's too messy, right? At least I don't know of like other sticky notes that are not written. I'm not entirely sure sticky notes ever refer to something that's not written, or commonly not written. I was thinking of more like post-its. Someone does this actually recently on YouTube. That etymologist, or the person who likes etymology, he does this like catharsis psychological habit of creating goals and stuff using sticky notes, and then he creates a collage of it, of all the like idiosyncrasies that he likes about the different languages. You know, someone else that covered their room in calculus stickers? Yeah, it's a very time-tested way of covering legacy. So you don't necessarily have to, you know, use sticky notes. You can use journals and whatnot. But since your room is bare, that sounds like a great way to go about it. Yeah. I was using a language example because there are actually language examples, or like influencers who have a language example for sticky notes. This particular person had like zonal organization, and it ended up looking like a periodic table, basically. But this is it's a coincidence, but I watched someone who shared their wall, and they take it down every year and then put up a new one every year, like journaling. He shared it momentarily. I've got the guy's name, but it's one of two people. It's the guy with the glasses, not the guy with that, not the Arabic guy, or the guy who's like their background, one of their mother tongue is Arabic. It's the other guy. He's the guy who published the thing on AI trends, or how AI and algorithm is impacting the maturity and rapid change of the English language online. Yeah, 500 or so kanji and a bunch of words to learn in the next 20 months for class. You have to learn. Is that like a class thing? Or exam? What is it? Exams? Okay. Age and fire. With tempt. Oh, like.
麻烦
Oh,
对不
right.
起，
I need
给
to
你添麻
silence.
烦了。
Or frustrated. Or trouble. There's quite a lot for that.
领
Is that you, campground? That is not you, campground. Oh, wait. Unless I misspelled it. That would help.
营地
You gotta go. Take care. Good luck. Good luck with your day. Or rest of your day, since Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
有效，
一种有效的方法，
一种有效的方法。Effective. Oh, whoops. 茶叶，茶叶，茶叶 yeah.
为
defend, yeah.
茶叶，
这包茶叶是我从中国带回来的。
Rip.
赶往，
他赶往医院探望生病的朋友。
What? Oh, I typed the wrong phone there. Oh, hey, we get another use of this. Right. Wait, no. Wait, yes. 未婚妻? No. Wait. Huh.
生命，
安全带能救生命。
Oh, that's just life, actually. What is this supposed to be? A trombone? Okay. Disgusting. We had a problem with this too for cause. Okay.
重伤，
重伤致死，
政府，
大多数人支持新政府。
Oh. Okay.
类似，
类似情况，
What? Oh, 仿冒品，仿冒品，仿冒品。
故，
What? It's hard and solid and hard should be a thing. What the heck? Okay.
没，因此，
工作太忙，因此没来看您。
It's consequently. Therefore, consequently. I was curious if I added consequently or not. Therefore, right? Consequently. Like something happened, therefore something happened, consequently this is what happened. Or the cause, because kind of situation. That because. How do we... What happened here?
营房，
我们必须返回营房。
Okay, something's not right here. 未婚妻
未婚妻，
我的未婚妻是我最爱的人。
Beyonce with 2 E's.
顺利，
没想到事情会这么顺利。
反，选拔，
他因成绩优异而被选拔。
Or select. Yeah, that's fair.
图，
Oh no, wait, that's route.
仿冒品，
这家店到处都是仿冒品。
Okay.
兄弟，
他没有兄弟。
贷款，
银行批准了他的贷款。
导火索，
他点燃了导火索。
线索，
他在书中找到了重要的线索。
是，
It's not dislike, but I'm using dislike. I don't even remember what it is. A leaf blower. Yeah, leaf blower is just gone. We're not doing leaf blower. It's gonna be dislike from now on. We've already pivoted the first time it was introduced. No leaf blower, just dislike. You can probably make something up from whatever is in there to describe dislike or different. Dislike or different. Something like that. The kettle. The kettle, you say.
隔壁，
隔壁的邻居很友善。
飞跃，
飞越太平洋。
饮食，
他的饮食很奇怪。
餐厅，
旅馆的餐厅在12楼。
Oh, restaurant. Cafeteria is slightly different.
螺，
I'm not sure about that actually.
存款，
Huh.
存款可以赚取利息。
Are they both twin? No, one is 在 twin 在. What in the world are you? Are you a snowman? Do you want to build a snowman? Oh no, it's not a snowman. Is it a clown? No, we already know what wait, actually, I think that's a clown. I think that's a clown. It's a clown.
搞鬼，
那个小孩子老是搞鬼。
罚款，
违规停车要罚款。
Or I guess a fine is fine. Whoops, that's Japanese. 业余时间 oh 业余时间
业余时间，
我们通常在业余时间去爬山。
okay. Whoa, wait, what? Oh.
抢眼，
Heck.
目， 最初，
最初我不习惯那里的生活。
The very first. The most. Huh. Interesting.
皮肤， 力，
Oh, I missed a G. Ah. 最初我不习，我不习惯那里的生活。 It's kind of like first time initial. Yeah, first time. First time. Firstly. Okay.
灯光，
灯光太暗了，
I can light. I guess a light lamp or lamp light or something. I need to put in light. It's a fee fine compensation. It's a form of compensation when you get fined for not stopping. Okay. Blah blah blah.
执照，
他有驾驶执照。
Oh. What? Oh. This is the clown. You heckin' clown. Oh, we went over this. That's not what I think. It's an iron. Yes, it's an iron.
贸易，
两国之间所有贸易已经
Okay. Dang it. Oh, Chen.
搜查，
我们必须搜查每一间房间。
That doesn't feel great. So we're gonna go with it. 侧击. I think this is like inspire. Oh no, it's not. 刺激
刺激，
这个消息刺激了他的情绪。
刺激 I thought it was like inspire or stimulate or something. Oh, okay. I guess they don't take inspire. Stimulate is good.
大幅度，
气温大幅度下降。
大幅度 Okay.
外贸，
战争期间外贸停止。
Or foreign trade. Okay, yeah.
业余，
我是一个业余音乐家。
Casual, amateur, 业余 Okay. And then what? I'll have to think about that. My gut feeling has failed me. What in the world? Hold up. No, that's straight. Or plant. Plant and cultivate.
培植 大薯
那位大叔正在公园散步。
The unk. The unk.
脾脏
脾脏是重要的器官。
Machine. We're doing machine.
抬头
他抬头看着星星。
抬头 with the head. The heck? Oh.
补偿 可怜
他看起来很可怜。
Hey, why is there a harmonica there? What in the world? Is that supposed to be a harmonica? Harmonica and road. Oh, no. 我喜欢在长 something 飞行中阅读。 Somehow, I just want to type. Okay, that's not how that works. I'm drawing a blank, unfortunately.
心碎
这是一个心碎的故事。
It's one of those like occasionally happens every once in a while. You hate to see it happen, but it happens.
零 无常
我们提供无偿咨询。
锅 铅 多元
他们的文化背景非常多元。
Oh, diverse and diverse is a tough one. That's a really tough one. This is not what I think it is. It's hmm. Hmm. Is it? No. No, it's like
帅
right. Okay.
欢快
欢快的曲调，
欢快的曲调 What the 欢快调 欢快 huh.
紫
Hmm. I can dong.
山洞
山洞里很暗，
We worked on dong. Dong. 烂什么？烂 what the page? Oh,
烂苹果
他是团队里的烂苹果，
bad apple.
小偷
这个小偷留下了一些指纹，
恨犹如
天空犹如一幅画，
Okay, what happened here? What's going on? Not Twin. They go in, take care of business.
鹤
And He is a congratulation. Congratulate. Okay.
关键
这是关键的问题，
这是关键的问题。关键 just like key, crucial, maybe crucial.
煤矿
煤矿
这是一个小型的煤矿镇，
Hello there, Xing Xing. How are you? Good day. What are you up to? 没什么. Oh, you mentioned Vietnamese before, right? Does your Tara just woke up? I see. So we talked about Vietnamese before. Does your I'm kind of curious. The person that you know, do they ever read these characters? I wanted to share this yesterday. It's by coincidence. There's this guy. He's really interested. Is an influencer. He's really interested in etymology, right? And they mentioned how the old script, the old script for Vietnamese, used a form derived from Hanzi. So I always wondered. I mean, in the United States, many of the peers that I know that are Vietnamese are multi-generational already, so they no longer read. They're largely heritage speakers. But it'd be kind of curious if there are any individuals who prefer to read this. I've always wondered what it's like, so I might I might consider seeing what the connection is with that. There's also Korean, right? Korean also has an older script that uses Hanzi as a basis. I think it was like Hangul, right? Hangul. That's interesting. So you're tired because do you always wake up? Do you typically wake up tired, or is that a normal thing, or is that you had an awesome day yesterday with something awesome happened, or you know? Ah, what? Oh, I wrote the wrong tone. Fine.
鬼
Your in-laws don't use Hanzi or any form of that, as far as you know. Okay. Because nowadays they use there's a romanticized one, and that's what I'm used to seeing. The romanticized one to represent Vietnamese, but it's really interesting to see if those things exist. And this is it's no longer the standard. So it has to be like an older generation. Hangul is very similar to that. I only see the new Korean script. And Japanese is the one that is closest, right, to it's interesting. And then Japanese obviously have a kana on top of the stuff. I'm kind of curious how all the other ones went around, like Laos and like all the Southeast Asian one. Like if Filipino had an old script with that, makes it interesting. Foundational even. Have you ever seen it? Xing Xing, have you ever seen Phil uses Hanzi for some of them? Oh, it does? Okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, I do see it. Yeah. There are some. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, to me it'd be a really fun way to bridge. It would be a really fun way to bridge into Korean, Vietnamese and stuff, if there are resources for that, obviously. Because instead of using English, for example, like right now, obviously, we're using translational things. But if you learn traditional Chinese, that could be a different bridge. So I'm, doing a bridge of a different type of bridge. You take the bridge that's closest to the origin of the other one. So it's kind of like going back to your Latin, like, going from Latin and then bridging from Latin, or bridging from like French or romance, like a romance language into another romance language, kind of. But it is quite neat that at this point, oh, you learn Japanese from English, Chinese from Japanese, and Korean from Chinese. Yeah, I figured that's how that's what I'm doing right now, obviously. Most of it is just Japanese now. Like Japanese and Chinese are what I usually think in. English is used as a way to form complex structures, but most of the time the feelings come from Chinese and Japanese. I haven't decided yet. My language, my first learned language was Spanish, so I still have to make some time for Spanish. Spanish is the language that has been on the bookshelves because it does take a while to wind up all the way up to where my Spanish is. If you don't know where, you go way back to Japanese to English. Yeah, that's basically, we're on the same page. Very much laddering. I've tried to describe this process before. So much laddering. You had the same first language? Oh, so your first, wait, no, sorry. I'm not like, wait, I need to clarify. My first learned language is Spanish. So I don't like speak, like Spanish isn't my first language. Sorry. I wanted to make it clear because like English is obviously my common language, you know, like growing up common. Oh, okay, you know, you got that already. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because if I'm not gonna just randomly break out in Spanish. Sometimes I do, but not not in the way that we're gonna go about it. But occasionally Spanish slips out. Your first learned language is Spanish too. Neat. That's cool. I didn't. How big is Spanish when you learned Spanish? Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not assuming your environment might have been different, but was Spanish a big part of it? Spanish was, without a doubt, it was very hard not to hear Spanish where I am. You're European? Yeah, but you could live in Germany and then you probably, it wouldn't be Spanish. Like, if you know what I mean. Like, Europeans have very defined language preferences. You are forced to learn Spanish. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that. Intriguing. Because if you were in like Germany, I wouldn't expect that. Europe has like very nebulous. European schools teach you Spanish as well. Oh, okay. But hear me out. Like, it's more of a rejection thing, not a like oh, I didn't realize you have to learn Spanish. You couldn't choose a different language like French or something. That's interesting. Or do you learn all of them too? Okay, so you just do all four. That's interesting. And okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Are you saying you learn all four and main like for the rest of your academic, or do you choose one after being forced? Because you in the United States, when I was growing up, you had to learn all four too. But I chose Spanish as my first learned language. As in, like, I followed Spanish after. But you have French, German, and Spanish class. So I just want to be clear about that. Like, in your case, you dropped French only. Oh, interesting. So you have only French? You kept German, huh? Intriguing. Yeah, we have to dabble in all the languages, and then you choose one. So technically, yeah, I still chose Spanish, by the way. Spanish just coincidentally happens to be the first language. But, you know, I had German and French class as well. Spanish, though, was part of my environment. So being European doesn't mean you're always around Spanish people, though. Spanish-speaking people. In fact, I think Americans are are more commonly exposed to a Spanish speaker than a lot of European countries by proximity, because they also have their primary languages. I'm actually kind of curious. Uh, what the like the current percent is? 13%? Yeah, 13% in the United States right now. Where I live, or where I like go to school, or like advanced schooling and stuff, Spanish is very common. Oh, and Latina Spanish, Mexicano, not I don't know what you call Spain Spanish. What's Spain Spanish? Español, you know, Español, España, Español. German, you dislike. No hate to any human that speaks German. I watch a lot of like German content, and what I mean by German content, like people who talk about the German language, and then like people who are married, like since you're familiar with Vietnamese, like that the one girl, the Vietnamese girl that is married. Well, I guess she's now married. I'm not sure if her wedding happened, but now she's married to the German boyfriend. I like, so I hear a lot of German here and there and talking about German. I that's my impression of German. right now. It's my same impression of Japanese as a language and Chinese. Well, not Chinese as a language because my parents speak Chinese, but it's like romantic. It's the romantic part. You didn't get into it so deep that you start to find the ups and downs of the language. Till this day, you never spoke German because you refuse. No está bien. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué nunca hablar alemán? Fun fact, you know Afrikaans? Oh, that's interesting. Did I already tell you? 我可以说的福州话, right? So 福州话 is my only thing when it comes to the fun facts. Like you can Fujianese, but it's kind of humorous because Fujianese is the most trendiest thing out of China, and the most trendiest thing meaning 1%, 1% outside of China. If you're not in China, then you wouldn't. It's probably Fujianese. Although I've been wondering if I will ever meet someone who like tell me a lot about their Hokkien like concentration or something, or like the Minan, any like of a Minan dialect or something like that. Is there a reason why you know Afrikaans? Like is there what do you do? Actually, do you have a background in linguistics? Like what is it that drives you to know or be exposed to so many so many languages? It's almost the same as Dutch. Okay, I can imagine that because I had the privilege of meeting a few in my life. Okay, so I can imagine what that sounds like. I've also heard Gaelic before, but let's just not talk about that. Gaelic is a thing in this region. Like when I was growing up, where I live, like in the United States, there's a couple of people who still pass down Gaelic in the area. I feel like you can really pick them out when they speak English. If like an older person who still speaks Gaelic. I have no idea what the origins of Gaelic is, so I'm not gonna say much more than that. You have sent you your language list before, right? No, I haven't. No, I don't think you have. But the question is, like, do you do that? Do you maintain those? What kind of applications do you have for those? Like, what are your applications of all these languages? Friends? Oh. You make time for that much? That's quite a lot of friends. Music? So you use it? Do you produce music in I'm talking about application, not input, not consumption. Like do you make things in those languages? I mean, you already said you refuse to speak German, so I guess German's not there. Not on that list. Media, huh? Interesting. You and I might have a different threshold for what we might be saying about language. Yeah, for Spanish, I use Spanish in like chat rooms and video games and whatnot. And then sometimes we read news, but that's consumption. 美猴王。
美猴王，
我听说《美猴王》这部电影不太好看。
Did that help me with what this is? Still don't remember what a harmonica is doing with the road. What in the road? Yeah, you interact with music artists, and sometimes you like to make song lyrics as well. Never gonna show people them. I see. Fair enough. I'll take your word for it. Harmonica and road. Not tool. Be an alternate. Harmonica. It's good. This is probably gonna be the second time. Oh, it is tool. Wait, then what did I type the first time? It's exactly what I think it is. Did I have a typo the first time? There might have been a typo the first time. That's fine. Huh. I don't know what I typed the first time. So this is 光快. 光快. Dork. Giving him the bill. Rectifying it by...
巧巧，
他悄悄地把礼物放在桌子上。
尖，
Goofy was given a bill, but what was the bill for? Yeah, all language you know you do different things with. Some you use mostly to speak to friends, which is the main reason why you learn languages, I see. And other you just enjoy to learn and write lyrics or journal to keep it up. Ah, okay. Man, you find quite a lot of time for a lot of languages. Is that your main pastime, or do you do you have another moonlight, or is that your main light? You got no work since COVID? Oh, okay, that's fair. I feel I can resonate with that. Actually, that's the reason I went on this. That's the reason when I stopped pursuing my existing career. And then the rest is history, actually. It was right after it was right before COVID. It's when the irony here, I guess one of the funny irony here is I actually worked with RNA viruses. prior to COVID. But with surgery, school exams, moving country all since 2019. Oh, I see, I see. So hopefully your health is good, and I imagine you still have school exams. And a moving country, that's quite a stack. And you moved right before COVID. Right, 2019. COVID was 2020, right? So you like did all of that right before COVID. Oh, you moved last year. Oh, okay. All since 2019. Oh, okay. So you're saying the stuff started. All that, like, all the big things happened 2019, and then you moved last year. Okay. I was about to say, if you had surgery, school exams, and all of that. School exam was 2024. I see. And then now I imagine surgery was a long ago, and you're fine now and healthy and whatnot. I don't know what this lively. Yeah, I'm missing the joyous. Okay, so I'm looking for joyous. All right. So why did I lost Guan in this situation? The stork, right, shows. Oh, Juan quite not Guan. Oh, Juan. Sorry, Juan. How is he joyous in making him empty of anger instead? Okay. Oh, he strangled the stork. Alright. Hulk. Front of pawn shop. Alright, pawn shop. Leaving without paying. Stork flies by, gives him a bill. He gets angry, rips the bill up. I spell rip bill up, and then stroll off joyous. Okay. Surgeries was COVID till 2024. Oh, okay. Had 3 of them. Each one took a year to recover. I see. And now you're good? I'm good to go? Wow, having surgery during COVID, that's scary. Oh, no? Still working on it. Whoops. What? Knees and ankles still weak? Been working on that a lot? Okay. What do you usually do for rehabilitation on knees and ankle? I really thought it was chin. Walking, going up and down stairs, having weights on your ankle while moving around. Oh, okay. That sounds like a solid foundation. I thought this was authority. Oh no, it's not. Okay.
窗帘，
窗帘挡住了阳光，
We practice this.
脆弱，
生命很脆弱。
逻辑，
这个问题没有逻辑。
Oops, that's Jung.
纲领，
他们制定了这个纲领。
Well, I hopefully you're on the up and up. I don't want to pry, obviously, but I'm glad to hear you're on the up and up. So, I don't imagine. Are you interested in entering back in the like working force at some time after you like recuperate and rehabilitate and all of that? Are there any plans yet? I've been thinking about it. That's something that I think about the day to day.
详细，
请提供详细的资料。
平凡，
这是一个频繁的错误。
Maybe you're thinking about going back to school here in Australia to be able to get into work easier here. Ah, Australia. How is Australia like when it comes to education and then qualifications for work? I say this because the landscape, since I haven't looked at employment opportunities and job postings and stuff, the landscape has kind of have noticeably changed here in the States. So very varied, but the very specific region that I would likely be employed, the landscape kind of have changed a bit as to what qualifies, like help one get employment, I suppose. It's hard to get a job, especially if you don't have a good major. Ah, okay.
闭幕式，
闭幕式包含很多表演。
How is education funded in Australia? Your major was animal care, so that's already a no-go here. Intriguing. Why may I ask what is the state of animal care in Australia? Huh.
长途，
我喜欢在长途飞行中阅读。
宴，珍惜，
他们珍惜彼此的关系。
他们珍惜彼此的关系，珍惜，珍惜，OK。
荒，府，
Oh, and also feel free, like, to tell me if I'm prying or not. I like hearing people's stories. I spend most of my time asking questions. In terms of my major, have I already shared my major? I'm not entirely sure. My major is molecular biology, right? And I spent 7 years roughly in an umbrella program that deals with your structural biology, cellular biology, and developmental biology program. Those are usually the umbrellas: structural, cellular, developmental, and molecular. They tend to be all lumped in together because of their like resolution that they're using. And the lab that I was part of was a lab that looks at retroviruses. How applicable that is. Generally virology is evolutionarily applicable regardless of like how old or new the field is. Viral like constructs or like virology in general is a co-evolutionary element with humanity. So one who possibly specializes in virology will typically have some sort of demand in specialized fields, largely because viruses are ever present. They're not something that is both bad or good in the current life cycle of the human species. So you can most definitely go into virology knowing that there's some use or application for virology. Where you live, suburbs of Melbourne, there are no animal places since they don't allow pet shops to own pets. Which you completely understand. And shelters here are very strict with who they hire. Okay. That's intriguing. No pet shops or pet ownerships. May I ask, why do you completely understand? I'm not entirely sure if I understand the cultural aspect of that. Obviously I live in the suburbs as well, but pet well-being, but is that assuming the well-being of the pets are always not well-being kept? Is that what you mean? Cages are too small? So you're assuming that the reason why you completely understand is people always put pets in cages? I'm not entirely sure where is that what Australians do? I don't see how that works. Because I was about to say in the suburbs of where I live, right? Like it's classical that the pets are treated even better than other humans. That's the ongoing meme, but it's quite true. Pets are family members. In fact, I'm not even entirely sure if they use the term pets anymore. They just talk about family members. The shops are not allowed to have. Oh, that's what you mean by the cages. I see. The shops are not allowed to have pets. However, and then so that means that because animal care requires cages or something like that, and therefore like you don't have facilities for that. How do pets? But people have pets, right? So the pet shops are not allowed to have pets, so there's no like need for employees. But where do people have pets? I imagine Australians have pets. So how is it in the city then? Like this is more like a specific thing with the suburbs? Come to think of it, I'm not entirely sure if I remember how popular like pet shops are here either, now that I think about it. Most pets are dogs and cats or farm animals. Yeah. And then animal care, I see. And there's no animal care facilities for dogs and cats or farm animals? I just, you make a really great point here, because I think substantially dogs and cats actually come from farms now. Like, what I mean is they don't necessarily come from pet shops. Although veterinarians are still substantial, I feel. They're still present in a place that lack pet shops. I'm not even entirely sure where the closest pet shop is here in the suburbs. Not that I'm aware of. But I think there might be veterinarians. This is grain of salt. I actually still think veterinarian science is very, very rare in the United States as well. Even despite everyone having like pets and dogs. Yeah, you can't do vet jobs. If you see blood, you faint. Oh, okay. I see. So we're talking about like animal care for preventive care, animal preventive care, like management, like behavioral stuff, possibly training, daycaring, when animal handling stuff. And then those places probably would require some sort of shelters. Yes, shelters, zoos. Yeah. I see. That's fair enough. Yeah, shelters are rough. Obviously, it's an ongoing thing. Where there's wonderful trends, there's also neglectors, right? And I think where I live, it would be very difficult for someone to think that pets can be neglected, right? Or like animals can be neglected. I don't even know if people use the term pets anymore. They typically just refer to pets as a member of the family. So they would refer like, I think times sort of change, but I kind of live in a bubble. I live in a bubble suburb. Suburbs in the United States tend to be very bubbled, right? So obviously half my life was in metropolitan areas, and that concern is raised. Nowadays I have like conversations where people would say like, oh yeah, I'll just do you mind if so and so comes along? And then the funny thing is when you find out that it's their dog that they were asking if they want to come along. So here I think times are a little bit different or interesting nowadays in the suburbs. Usually I don't remember the last time people talked about pets. They talk about members of the family. So whenever someone would say, oh yeah, let me go grab Bagel, right? Let me go grab everything, or let me go grab Eve, and they're actually referring to their dog. So that's kind of like the kind of world, the socializing world that the suburbs are like, in my opinion, in the United States. Obviously, that's not to ignore that there are bad actors. It's funny. I think it's hilarious. And I think YouTube shorts, lots of content creators make really funny content. I'm not sure if you're a pet lover, or like a animal lover. You obviously got to be an animal lover to be in animal care, right? So I love watching the new age stuff where someone one of the content that I like is this person who uses their dog as a litmus test for approval for having a significant other. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like the skit is, a guy like rings the doorbell, and then the door opens and it just be like this really large poodle, right? Large poodle will be looking. It's like, okay, all right. It's like, is someone home? So he would be like, they would be acting out a skit, like it's like, hey, is someone home? And then the dog would like walk away behind the door, and then the other person come in, like the person he's going on a date for, and then the dog would like participate in a non-spoken role of approval for the people, because like you have to be approved by the other member of the family in order to like be together. You occupy the same space, so your cats and dogs have to you know, be with you. You seen that cat that plays with cards? Oh, I have. I also love the outside of the card thing, you know, like recognizing cards and stuff. Um, Also those dogs that use like buttons, like color coded buttons to communicate. I think that's pretty awesome. It is really cute. You can bring joy to your life with just the simplest thing. Your dog can do that? Oh, that's cool. What are your two cats and dogs' names? She's very smart. Yeah, I can imagine. Wait. Hold up. Dog. Okay, you got a lot of language. Do you have a collie of some sort? I don't know. I'm just shooting in the dark, but do you have a collie? Or maybe a shepherd? Cat, Bree, and Hal. Oh, that's cute. Like cheeses, yeah. And then Keva. Interesting. Is your dog a shepherd or a collie? I'm spitballing just. And your cats, maybe like a calico and a what do you call those? Orange cat. a tabby and a calico. Oh, actually, I could see you with a. I'm spitballing, obviously. No, you had a Shetland sheepdog. Okay, but she passed away. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure she had a really wonderful, yeah, I'm sure she had a really wonderful time. Name all the dogs. Checkmate, atheists. Oh, so sheepdog. I was gonna name a bunch of herders. You had a ginger cat, a breed. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. The orange, like, you know, the orange cat. You know what I'm talking about. When you're watching like YouTube like cat content, it's the orange cat. It's like, oh yes, that's what an orange cat is. I have the two or pretty much everyone in the suburbs that I've met. I grew up in the suburbs. I've met, they have at least either two cats, one dog, or two dog and one cat. That's like the average. It's an average thing, right? You go out, you run, at least every household, except for like, you're the odd one out if you don't have a family member, an animal family member. So my parents, my mother has phobia. She has a really like strong phobia to animals. So we don't have pets, right? We don't have other animals in our house. However, my life was surrounded by, there wasn't, I didn't meet someone without an animal, like a animal family member growing up, until I went into the city. When city life is very tough on some animals. So city life is when you don't have that. And obviously when you're in dormitories and stuff, they don't allow animals in the dormitories. But outside of that, I don't think I've met a person that their family, their extended family does not include a member of the animal kingdom, another member of the animal kingdom. Be it birds, cats, chickmunks, hamsters, hedgehogs. Like sometimes you'd so talking and they have 6 cats and 3 dogs. I'm like, okay, they have a farm, probably. In your house, the orange cat behavior is Howl, and he is black and white. Ah, cute, very cute. Maltese, Shih Tzu, and Yorkshire Terrier equals Kevin. Oh, wow, interesting. That's a really interesting mix. I was gonna go with Shih Tzu. Shih Tzu would be the one of the ones. Maltese, so little tiny little or tinier yapper, huh? Oh, I like Yorkshire Terrier. So like they're So does Keva look like an old man, but a tiny, very highly energetic old man? You know what I mean whenever I think of Yorkshire Terriers. I think it's cute. You gotta look like not too tiny, but like, oh, you sent some photos? Yeah, definitely. Very cute. Um, I was thinking you might have had some. Oh, now that I think about it, but you have like your mobility, right? You're talking. Now that I think about it, considering your mobility, I often think when you think of an animal carrier, there's often a herder in the animal choices. So like a shepherd of some sort, or heck, even a corgi, like some something that herds. So I was thinking, maybe a collie or a shepherd or a something herding of nature. But now the Maltese, Shih Tzu, and Yorkshire Terrier is like a little bottle of energy, is what I'm imagining right now. I am a very particular fan when it comes to Australia, or I'm not even sure if it's related to Australia. It probably is because it's. I really love the natural genetic diversity of Aussie Shepherds. So, and I specifically wanted to say genetic diversity because they're incredibly robust group of like it's more like a group of dogs, and genetic diversity is really fantastic. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, yep. That is a yep, that is a small pocket of energy. Oh, your cats are they look like divas. Your the black and white image is definitely a diva. Yeah, that's a Yorkshire Terrier coming through in the face department. Wow, looks really the the fur color changed quite dramatically. Intriguing. Yeah, your white, your what was it? How looks like a diva. That's really cool. The face pattern is really interesting on your white and black cat. Like there's some oh, what is that? Like there's a name for it, but when the fur pattern is like spotted and not like regioned, but it's really cool. How is a male and he got big baby energy? Big baby energy. I like it. So he's more of a goober, huh? But he hates if you call him that. Cute. Very cute. Yeah, very cute. Another animal. Hear me out. I've genuinely most of my life, my experience with animals are very positive because I myself have not ever gone through the ups and downs of taking care of an animal. So largely because when I am when I'm with my folks, again, the fear of other animals, and then when I'm alone, when I was living alone a lot of times in my life, most of the places do not permit having animals, you know. It's kind of hard, and also it would be negligent. I use this as an excuse most of the time. The way my life was as a like younger person, I could barely take care of myself. So it's one of those like self-awareness things. I could barely take care of myself when I was younger, so it would be incredibly inappropriate and irresponsible to pick up a like a pet or even like a service animal or in any of those capacities if you can't take care of themselves. Do you know Pomsky? Yeah, I do know Pomsky. Pomskys are incredibly adorable. A Pomeranian and a Husky mix. Yeah, they're very sedentary. Pomskis are very like metropolitan friendly peeps. I think also poodle mixes. I've got what the specific poodle mix that is like what are they called? Like a Cavapoo or a golden doodle or labradoodle. Lots of poodle ones too. Are quite fits that your Yorkshire Terrier, like your Keva one. Oh, that's your sister dog. Currently, Keva lives in the Netherlands with your family, so she lives with your sister dogs as well. Oh, okay. So she's chilling with a Pomsky. I see. I, you know, as much as here's the thing that affects my like the work that I used to do affects my opinion, or yeah, they're very vocal. I can imagine them. Since I worked in the background of genetics, right? It's some part of me would love to have like a Yorkshire, like a Welsh corgi or a Pembroke corgi. But at the same time, you know about the specific situations of like the mountain dog, right? The Burmese mountain dog or the French bulldog, and so it does impact my there is some selective impact on my idea of wanting to have specific doggos as family members, if you know what I mean. Like the genetic diversity is what I brought up quite a lot. I do quite find it lovely. I do find it quite lovely to see all these like new hybrid kind of, you would call them mutts, right? Hybrid dogs or very robust dog families like the Aussie Shepherd. Aussie Shepherds are very robust, right? Gotta keep that in mind, right? Although I can tell you, have you known about the Americana stereotype? When it comes to Americana suburbs, you either own a Shepherd or you own a Golden Retriever. like if you're outside of that, okay, there's some wiggle room, but maybe like a Labrador. So Labrador is a flex, but you German Shepherd or Golden Retriever, and then you can flex to a Labrador or a and then you have like a tiny dog people. You have like small dog people who might have been people who moved from the city into the suburbs, and they would usually have terriers or Jack Russells, terriers and Jack Russells. And then occasionally you would find like an Asian dude, right? These are stereotypes, obviously. They're based on statistics like the frequency. And then whenever you bump into an Asian dude, a Sammy, a Samoyed, that's just a Sammy running around, like a floating white cloud running around, highly it's very hard to miss when a Sammy walks around. But then you have like outnumbered by shepherds, German Shepherds and Golden Retrievers, and tons of Labradors. Those are the three. When you ever hear yapping and barking, it's probably a Jack Russell. It's probably a Jack Russell. You used to have Lab and Sheltie. Oh, yeah. But they have passed away 2 years before you got Kev. I see. Yeah, dude. When you hear yap, like yap, it's that. Occasionally you might have like a really deep boom. You might have a, what do you call those? It's not a basset hound. They're very droopy looking. They were in the movie Beethoven, like the dog Beethoven. That movie. I don't know what they're called. They're like incredibly droopy and big. One of my neighbors have one of these, and they're like, when they like bark, it's almost like they're trying to get your attention, and they only like bark once, and it's like really deep. I did meet a couple that have a pair of Malamutes, and when I think of husky, you know, if you hear a wolf, it's most likely a husky. Yeah, like the there are a few husky owners that I've met before, but I did one time, there was a husky owner like I knew, but they went on a walk and just come on by, there's a couple who has like 2 Malamutes, and they are gigantic. They are absolutely gigantic, like at least 30 to 40% bigger than a husky. And I was like, wow, like, what do you do? Do they even get through the door? Yeah, I forgot what the Beethoven dog is. Hold up. It's a movie. It's usually when I reference it. It's Saint Bernard. Yes, Saint Bernards. Saint Bernards. I have a neighbor like right across the corner with a Saint Bernard, and I think it's a. They always seem so like, I'm bored, but when they bark, it's like only once. It's like once, but very like, yo. It always sounds like they're saying, yo, like pay attention to me, and then go about their way. But every time you hear yappy dogs, man, every time, it's got to be one of either a terrier or a Jack Russell. There are plenty of them here. Like when I run, you can hear the ensemble of dogs, right? There are different ensembles of dogs. Usually you don't hear the retrievers or the shepherds. They would be like visible. You could kind of, occasionally you would hear their collar. If they have a collar that rings, like something that indicates a ring, you can hear them like kind of like moving around and shifting around when you're running most of the time. They don't usually get alerted when you're not like approaching the house or anything. You want to get a husky or a Malamute when you live with your fiance alone? Interesting. I think watching, obviously now I have like a bias like representation. I just think huskies, the ability for them to like vocalize the stuff. Again, I've never occupied a place long term with an animal before, but I get this like really romanticized impression that huskies it's that close to vocalizing, right? Throwing fits, throwing attitudes. It feels like it's such a rewarding, difficult, right? Difficult. But the thing about me personally, something that's difficult is also rewarding. And huskies seem like such a interesting thing to challenge one's life. To like get up, be active, be patient. I love having life its own rewards while interacting, and huskies definitely get that representation. You need to keep them active and do things with them. Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the, in my opinion, one of the rewards of picking up something like that. It's very similar to my opinion. This is my personal opinion of why one would decide to raise a child. When you decide to raise a child, the idea is, yes, it's scary and you can worry about all the things that may or may not happen, but there's also another component. oftentimes it transforms the person who's committed to making it happen. Like, what I mean is, it's not, obviously this is my opinion, not others, and I don't have a child of my own at the moment. The idea is that when you commit to something, it can make you, I don't want to say like it always does, but it typically makes you a better person. Like, and not a better person in the sense that you're comparing someone like, oh, like this person suddenly is more caring than this person. We're talking about if you look at yourself and you bring someone else into your life and you challenged yourself to step up and do what it is to reap the rewards of having someone else or some other thing, like other member in your life. That's kind of what's really awesome about living, right? Or feeling alive. You wish your sister changed when she got her firstborn? Oh, did it not happen? Or did it like not at all? Usually things like that, there's elements, obviously it can get worse, right, as well. So I'm more, she did not care. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. I imagine your extended family would be able to, or made that work out. I hope it works out though. Yeah, for myself, when I think of pets, right, pets, friends, becoming an uncle, or even like a surrogate parent or a guardian, my thing that I live for is that. Yeah, your mom helps mostly with care. I see. Yeah, I imagine then that's why it's not. I imagine that's how it would work out if someone didn't step up or like adapt to the big change. You will have a second child soon, so you hope this one will do the magic. I well, I have my fingers crossed for you and your sister, and of course, a healthy second birth. For me, that's what I love about seeing humans go about their years and whatnot. Um, bringing something else into your life, and then it can really, really change people, right? For better or for worse, but I'm optimistic. I often am far more optimistic about how when the stakes are high, I want to believe the vast majority of people become to them, and then to the outside. Typically, the transformation is very noticeable. They become very different people, but often in a lot far more stronger and salient. I'm a overcoming adversity kind of person, so that's a very romantic situation. A more pessimistic or cynical situation would be like, well, sometimes accidents happen or unexpected and it destroys you, and I get that. But we're talking about intentional, deliberate, planned, prepared. Obviously, not like you can predict the future prepared, but it's like, yes, I'm up for the challenge. And that is why I want to bring someone else into my life. Not in the situation that other people can find themselves is they're doing really terrible. They need someone to rely on. That's a different story. Obviously, that's coming from a different perspective where someone is trying to find dependency for another thing. So becoming codependent on something. That is entirely different aspect. But for myself, when it comes to pets, that is definitely the perspective that I have. I look at a pet, if I were to pick up an animal friend, I would be ready for it. And then the whole idea is to spend the best of times and the worst of times together. Because in the case of like animals, dogs and cats, you will likely outlive them. So it creates like this ownership of being responsible, and it can create a refinement of one's compassion and personality. And oftentimes it's very transformative. Obviously, it also taxes the person to understand how to navigate grief, right? Eventual grief, loss. That's kind of a thing that you can, in a selfish way, you can experience as a human being, when in a relationship with having a pet. You always think they are here for a chapter in our lives, but their lives is in their entire, yeah, they're in their lives, it's their entire book, yeah, but in their lives, it's in their entire book, exactly. So you are responsible for that, right? And then there's also the situation of having children, right? Having children, in a way, that creates a different dynamic where you are you learn how to set up posterity without ever realizing it. Like, what I mean is, you can't realize because you won't be around. So that's another way to challenge a compassion and understanding in a human being. Like, it's not this might not be quite the same, but there's another way that is very similar to that. Like teaching is another thing. When you teach someone, you only have parts of it, and you may never see what happens after. And these kind of different challenges that you take on can make someone be ready for a lot of things. Like, what if you don't ever see them again, right? That kind of thing. So teaching has taught me quite a lot to be concerned about something. How can you be like, it's one of those things. Some people, a lot of people actually that I've met, they are not concerned of something if they're not guaranteed to be all part of their lives. So like, if something is only meant to exist for a year in your life, then that is often dealt with less compassion than something that will last for the rest of your life. Wow, that's where certain things like owning a pet, like having a animal friend, and or even teaching and following a student during their teenage years, like the 4 years, right? Or helping someone through, heck, their sobriety or something, a chapter in their lives. So you both share a chapter in their lives, but you might not have the catharsis or the closure to ever see what becomes of that, which is one of the things that I feel is where becoming an adult responsible for a younger generation comes in. For the pets, for the animals, you will likely see their entire life, which is crazy in my opinion. And without saying too much, working in science, you think about that a lot. There are so many things that you work with that spends their entire life cycle under your observations over and over again. So I honestly think sometimes people think that kind of somehow desensitizes you. I almost argue it makes you hypersensitive to a lot of things too. It's just as likely to sensitize you to it versus desensitizing you, where you kind of just have this appreciation where you kind of experience the full life cycle of so many things. One really odd one that I would throw in right now in a deeper discussion, like as a rhetoric, is the idea of planting a tree. Imagine doing something in which the other thing, outside of having a child, right? Imagine doing something in which that thing is guaranteed to outlive you. And I often think about trees in that case. Obviously, right, we consume we consume plants and we use plants and all that. But I'm not a botanist or let's just say in college I have a tenuous relationship with botany because of how possibly it's overly like divergent information. It's very difficult, you know. Botany is very spurious. Plant life is I don't even think is a debate most of the time. Plant life is far more diverse than the mammalian kingdom, for example, right? And you start to wonder about trees too. Some people, there was, I think I had a few a few like friends. Plant life is interesting. I know, right? I have a few family members, or like family members, or friends, right? Really close friends who, when their child was born, they planted a tree. And it's pretty wild. Like, trees go through what I call adolescence too. And what I mean by adolescence is the theory relativity, right? Relativity. So oftentimes relativity makes things a lot more exaggerated. Kind of like, for example, if you were, you know, when a tree is a sprout, doubling the length is dramatic. But then when a tree is like this big and it gets a little bit taller, it can be hard to appreciate, right? It can be hard to appreciate the difference because it's already this big, right? And then you can make an argument the same for children, right? You could say, but it's for children, it's kind of true. It has because there's an exponential growth phase, right? Like it's, and then all the growth is not on the surface. But trees are interesting, where like in the beginning when you plant, it's like, oh yeah, the plant's getting really big and really big. It's like, well, it gets to a point where over time you don't actually notice how small you are, like how small humans are compared to a tree, right? To a plant and stuff. So it creates like a different perspective, different perspective or dynamic when you think about like living things. The reason why I'm mentioning plants are because their genetics are, it's wild. Plant genetics are that's why there's botany, and then there's, you know, mammalian studies and maybe other branches that are non-mammalian studies, and then there's the bacterial, you know, microbiology as opposed to molecular biology. Fun. Sorry, I got a little bit philosophical all of a sudden. It sounds like your pet situation. So you have your two cats that chill with you now, right? Or is it just they're all somewhere else until you find a place that allows animals? Or are the two cats with you? Because your doggo is with the cats are there. I see. Very therapeutic, in my opinion. Hear me out. My mother is definitely afraid of animals, but I feel like it's one of those things where I'm obviously not going to test this out. My mother's she's set in her ways now. My parents are quite advanced aged. It's one of those things like if you ever see those clips where the person that dislikes the new member of the family the most, or on surface, ends up being the one that endears themselves to the animals more. Like, for example, I can kind of see there is a chance, you know, you have a dog, right? You have a dog, and at first it's like, oh yeah, why would you have a dog? You have to like feed it, and you have to take care of it and walk it, and then only to be that member ends up being the one that ends up being the closest to the animal, because it's a startlingly different experience. And I think that's what I mean by like the transformative human situation. Your in-laws are like that. Yeah, I found it quite heartwarming. Like some people share about their cat stories. Like oftentimes, like the male head or something. Someone like the male head's like, oh, why are you bringing in the cat? Like it's just gonna ruin everything. And then fast forward 5 years, and they be the one that would be the closest with the feline friend. I find that incredibly heartwarming. It shows, it reminds me, or it reminds others that humans are incredibly dynamic, however old you are, right? Like, and that's kind of dealing with language learning as well and understanding. You still can be incredibly old or even fixated in your ways, like the Pixar movie Up, for example, right? Is a great example of a fictional telling of it. Humans are still very dynamic in their way. So seeing a transformative event is pretty motivating, right? I would say I'm a bit of a sucker, a sap for those type of stories. It's lovely to see people brighten their abilities for compassion. Compassion, it's not overrated. I truly believe compassion is not overrated. So animals can bring out what some people believe they lack, or could possibly never portray. At least the romantic side of me. Living without any dogs is hard when you always had one since young age. I see. They used to hate cats and now they are so attached to them. I can kind of see that. I'm thinking of like very specific videos from people where like it shows like this a guy who's maybe in his 60s, and he's like you can see that he's just being tough, right? Like, he's just like, look at you, like, get off, that's my seat. Like, the cats would invade the person's space, and then 5 years later it's like, all right, you can have the seat. And then he would be like, fast forward 5 years, there would be two chairs, and then the cat would still be in that guy's chair, but then he would have a new chair next to that chair because, well, because he likes the company, and that's really neat. I think in my advanced age I'd probably end up picking up a cat or something at some point. Companionship, it comes in different forms. Sorry, getting a little sappy. all right, we'll go back. See if I can magically remember the one thing that's stumping me. Okay, I don't want to go too late. Alright, does your fiance like animals? Let's see. So, like, because you mentioned that the in-laws initially didn't, and now they're attached to them. So, I imagine your fiance had more of a less exposure to animals. It's also very interesting to see the growth in people when they never had a puppy or a dog and how they work with them. I agree. Indeed. It's true when people fall in love too, or like have your fiance owns the those are your fiance's cats. Oh, okay. Yeah, like outside of animals, it's also like when someone has to step up to make things work in their like relationships and whatnot. It's crazy how transformative it can be. There are other forms of transformatives that do not necessarily deal with like other living things, like when your kid graduates from high school, goes to college, and then the socialization that requires like the old school, a little bit more old school socializations. It's crazy. After a couple of years, you just look back, it's like, wow, I mean, it's cool. Obviously, it can go bad too. But again, I'm not focusing on. I don't spend too much time giving doubts and fear most of my thought and energy, despite how quite a lot of people think these days. They often err on the side of cynicism as opposed to err on the side of cautious optimism, you know, like cautiously optimistic. Okay. Oh. What? Oh, Bingang. Your mother's new boyfriend never had dogs, and now he's the person that hangs out with Keva the most and trains her while you're in Australia. Oh, that's cute. That's well, you know the gender stereotype. A man's best friend. You know when you see it. Confirmation. I'm making fun of confirmation bias, of course. Man's best friend.
细雨
在细雨中开车仍然很危险。
科风
Oh, okay. Just kidding.
饼干
你想要一块饼干吗？
I still haven't gotten a burger since the last time we talked about a burger. He's still learning how to interact with them as well. It's like two buddies learning things from each other. Yeah. I can imagine. It's probably fairly adorable just to observe. This sounds a little bit this would sound really weird out of context, but it's giving students, right, tasks, right? So when you're doing something and you want to like do group activities and whatnot, I feel like today is the day for you to get a burger. I mean, yeah, don't tempt me. Like, it's not like I'm confined to the house or anything. Just go grab keys and get in the car and go slap some, go throw back a burger. It's definitely within my wheelhouse. For the student thing, I like observing students, how they interact with each other, you know, how they interact. I have to finish my HanziHero session for, and hopefully if I want, I think that the places stay open till like 10. Tempting, very tempting. And then I start thinking maybe I should get a banh mi sandwich instead. That will definitely, then that means that I would have to grab a bubble tea as well along the way, you know, like you have to like grab the burger, right, buy the burger or buy the banh mi, and then on the way you grab the boba tea, you know. It's always on the way. You gotta bring it back, you know, freshly iced or like freshly chilled. Do you ever have milk tea warm? You know, it's been a while since I've had warm milk tea. A very classic warm milk tea. Maybe with some cane sugar and milk tea. Yeah, that's that was my childhood. That was one of my childhood things. You had warm milk tea slightly sweetened or milk tea. I liked it slightly sweetened, but generally it kind of just tastes like tea and milk. So it's usually a cup paired up with morning pastries, sort of like kind of morning pastry, like egg tarts and stuff. Egg tarts, maybe like slightly sweetened bread of different types of slightly sweetened bread, and then you have milk tea, which just tastes like milk and warm tea. Yeah, and it's every day. It's very cheap. Oh, I grew up in New York City, so in like around Chinatown and stuff. So you wake up early day, you go to the bakery, the Chinese bakery, and then that's what you get. You get a warm milk tea, standard milk tea. It's basically milk in tea, so it creates that like creamy color because the milk, so it looks like coffee. Yeah, the cheap stuff, like it's water, like steeped, usually probably oolong, red or black tea leaves, and then you add milk to it, and then you eat freshly baked egg tarts and stuff, because the bakery basically they make it before it opens, and then once they sell out, right? They don't make new things until the next day. So those were the early days, very early days. You walk in and the place is like kind of run down because there's so much foot traffic. Like the tiles on the ground are all splintered from all the walking and stuff. That's pretty much that's pretty much my imagery of childhood. Tea was 30 cents. 30 cents in those like coffee containers. It kind of looks like you're drinking coffee, but it's like in the same containers. Paper plastic containers. And then the egg tart would be like 30 cents or 40 cents each, and then you buy two, so that's about $1. Man, I'm not sure how old you are, Xing, or like whatnot, but I'm starting to sound like back in my day. This is how much, like for example, my parents run Chinese restaurants back in the day. I still remember when a fried chicken wing, we're talking about like with the tips, right? Fried chicken wing prepared by hand on the day of is they sold it at 20 to 30 cents a wing. Nowadays, a nugget, like a chicken nugget might be $1 each. It's crazy how time has changed. Obviously everything has its relatives, but when you start like cutting the time away, like your memory, you know how memory consolidates, there's no perception of time between memories anymore. When you compare them, it makes it feel like time, where did the time go? But obviously one has to keep aware, what is $1 today is not the same as 30 cents before. Still though, it's really fun to reminisce about these. Like an entree from a Chinese restaurant average around, for lack of a better meme, it was like $4.20 after tax, like including tax, for $4.20, and that would be, now in this day and age, it would be $15 to $16. Crazy. Although if we factor in like 3 or 4% inflation across like the 20 years that I'm thinking of, you can probably still get to like $10 to USDs for the same volume, right? Boy howdy, interesting times. I'm not sure if you ever worked in food services, Xing. Have you ever worked in food services? Working in food service can transform someone. That speaking of things that you can transform without like affecting, the livelihood, working in service, especially working in a service that is required, that is necessary. Those things have dramatically transformed my life. Like being in a hospital, being in an emergency room, uh obviously food. I had another example, but things that you need, like people have to go through, like they have to daily drive these things. I honestly, I've thought about like working as a barista for like a couple, maybe like a year or two, just to see what it's like, because these are like daily things. So the reason why I say this can be transformative is your customers are different. There is inadequate entitlement to fulfilling the service, right? It's a little bit different when you're like a boutique computer part customer service person, or like a top of the line furniture salesman, or like a mechanic for highly advanced technology appliances. Those are luxuries, right? Those are luxuries and privileges. But when you work in a service where they're like the basic needs, it's wild. It's pretty interesting. It makes you think like, well, I'm sure they can get something else, like oh no, they don't have the rights to food, to eating. It's like, no, yeah, they do. So it kind of makes you interact with the ups and downs and the full range of a different clientele, right? Like teaching, you think teaching is also a necessity, but obviously I'm talking about like college and stuff. College and stuff. So teaching, I've only taught and give advice and like in a professional capacity when it was a privilege, not a necessity. So it's really interesting in my early life when I worked for necessity, as in you worked in a service that people need. They need a source of food. Yes, you can argue like, oh, going to a restaurant is a privilege, right? They could have cooked at home. It's like, but it's the closest thing to something that someone has to do every day. They need to find a place of substance. So that type of customer, there's a huge range, but the range can elevate one's appreciation for something. That's kind of why I feel that's the source of when someone says, have you ever worked in food services? There's something unspoken about it. It's because the exposure and experience from it is very different from working in a very specialized field where it's a privilege. You work for customers and tasks that are privileges that are far beyond the basic needs of people. And that's when it feels a little bit more cushiony, in my opinion. Like, I'm not saying from a bad or a good standpoint, from more of an appropriate standpoint. So whenever I'm teaching like college students or like talking to people who are at universities or spending a lot of time around people who are well educated, I have to remember that that is not the major representation that I need to keep in mind. I need to keep grounded that when I talk to someone or teach someone, I can't assume that everyone has the same privileges. Serving food is most definitely one of those things. After working like in food services for like a year or two in like a really high traffic area in different environments, when you go eat, how you hold yourself, and you go eat in a restaurant, you can immediately tell who have worked in food services. or at least like the people who have worked in food services will notice the other people who have worked in food services. It's kind of like one of those things. You go out to eat and suddenly you know exactly who they are, because the way they handle themselves, the nuances of their behavior transcends language barriers and cultural appreciation, because there's an empathy there that is shared amongst everyone. And obviously you know who people are not, because you still share the specific need of eating, right? That environment. So it's one of those interesting double standards that happen a lot. Food is something that nearly everyone engage in, but one set of people have an experience that is incredibly transformative, and the other one is more like ignorance. It's bliss, like blissful ignorance. So it's not a bad thing or good thing, but on the one hand, what you're not aware of, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to have those experiences. And I have a couple of life stories that stuck out where it was very clear that there's been bad like food service experiences, right? And my acquaintance got really upset, but they got really upset for me, and I was not upset, right? So, but the fundamental difference between how they approached making the argument and the display of being upset was like very different from the way I was expressing it, because I understood why these things happen, right? Like it's one of those things, like how can you appreciate something if you haven't experienced it yourself, kind of situation. And there's things about food that is universal to everything, right? If you didn't consume the food or consume the food that you want, that's a privilege. And then sometimes, you know, things happen, like people spill things, food orders are incorrect. So those things can be very palpable when it comes to an experience that everyone shares. It's kind of like one good example would be have an experience that everyone has an opinion on, but it's a double standard, because those who have more experiences with an experience that everyone has an opinion on, they recognize more nuance. It doesn't happen the other way around. Now, when you get into more specialized things, right? Specialized things, that's when, no, you can live without it. You can live without ever understanding that experience. Food is really low on the totem pole, you know. Well, nearly everyone universally has an experience with it. Next to language, right? But even language can be compartmentalized by their like segregation of their language. So there's still like a bit of dissonance in language, or like indifference in language. But food, sometimes music can even be it's like on the same level of language. So these, and then having pets, right? How does this all wrap around? Having pets, family members, in-laws, relationships, they're very core foundations of transformative sources. The lower you get, right? The lower you get to the basic functions of the human condition, the more, in my opinion, the more likely that there is a potential for transformative behavioral changes, because they are part of your facet of your life. They consume most of your life, and eating is definitely one of them. Oh wait, maybe you serve some type of warm wine which Dutch people drink in winter for winter festival at an aquarium. Oh, interesting, but not like food or anything like that. A warm wine. I haven't heard of a warm wine before. Doesn't that, I'm not sure. Is it like sour? Like I feel like the warmness of wine can make accentuate how sour a wine could be. Interesting. Your fiance is a pharmacist. He's always like, I don't want to give this person those meds, but I need to do it since it's your job. Yeah. I can see that. That sounds like a tough one. Uh, it's not obviously this is not the same. However, teaching has its share where like I don't want to fail this kid, but you have to, right? So, but before you fail this kid, right? You know that you are also partly responsible for it. So before all of this, you spend all the time possible so that this kid doesn't fail, right? If you're like, obviously we're not talking about bad actors here. So when a kid starts in your class, right, you know you keep in mind who are struggling because it reflects on your reputation and all that in a selfish way, right? But you spend all of that time trying to make sure that none of your students fail. But then at the end, you're like, after a year, you're like, this is a year's time. It's a shame. Is it my fault? I just wish I didn't have to fail these students, right? At least that's how I feel a lot of times. And that's one of those things. It's a very situation of, if we were to like come down to the decision making, it's like, it really sucks. I don't want to fail these students. Like, and then from the flip side, if you're one of the students, your first thought is, well, that's what teachers do. They dislike you and you suck, so they're out to try to fail you and challenge you deliberately to fail you. And I get it. Obviously, I'm not a representation of all the teachers in the world and, you know, their cynicisms and their things. For me, if a student said that to me, it would really crush my spirit, right? Like it would probably crush my spirit because the idea is, I don't care what that letter grade is, you make it work. And I want you to convince me that you'll always make it work. Whatever you're gonna do now, you're gonna make it work. And that is why it can be challenging. But if you got a C and you pass my course, I wish I didn't have to give you a C, because that C means that you succeeded in stepping up to my challenge. And that challenge means that I don't have to worry about my association and legacy with this person anymore, because they will be able to step up to whatever challenge that falls after. So the whole grading system, yeah, it kind of like, to me, I'm not the biggest fan, but at the same time, you have to communicate whatever their position is to other people. And that's kind of the rough part about, and obviously you work in a consortium of other teachers. So whatever the strongest impression you get, like as a kid, as a younger person, the strongest impressions override the subtleties and nuances of others, right? And I've often communicated this. Like, if I give you an A, you have to know that the A has to represent, or it could mask what my intent is. Like, I don't want to tell you to constantly do easy things or solve things you don't want to solve. I want you to do things that are tough that I can't solve myself or can ever imagine, because you're the future. So regardless of what that grade is, it's how you get to that grade and what that grade symbolizes. So whenever someone's like, oh, I deserve an A, it's like, you don't deserve an A, you earned an A. I know those are two different words. I mean, like, maybe synonymous words. Like, someone says, I deserve an A for what I've done. Like, well, that's a little different. When someone comes up to you and say they deserve an A, it comes off as more like they're entitled to an A because they think they've done really well. And when someone gives you an A, it means that you've been awarded A. But that doesn't mean that your A is the same as the other. It's so standardization helps with like comparing the two, but the grades that I have the privilege of giving are not standardized. So it's more like, I want to give you a grade that I know reflects how confident I feel in your future. And that's kind of what I want to do. But obviously that's not your job. It's not your job to do that. Your job is to uphold the standardizations and evaluate those things. In the limited time you have with all those students, you could make it your job to, despite all your students getting A's, all their A's mean something different. And you could make it your job, secret job, to make it so that it is the A that allows them to be successful, not the A that of which they compare themselves to every other person who has different environmental and predisposed conditions. That's usually how I see that. The tough part about being a teacher is mostly like that with people that aren't very sober, if you know what I mean. Exactly. Yep. It is not for professional courtesy. It is not your, it is not your, kind of like, it's not your place, or like you have the authority to interlope in that situation. Obviously, you can make an argument. You could take a chance or risk your professional integrity by getting entangled in someone else's affairs without like professional oversight, right? Like when someone's not very sober, you may attempt to advise them to seek their responsible parties for that. Taking a risk for your own professional integrity by overstepping your authority is it can end up likely being a lose-lose situation. So I totally understand what your fiance is referring to when he says he doesn't want to give this person those meds, but he needs to since it's job. Your teacher back in school, they said you're going to fail your exam to me. Interesting. How did you take that? Was there an if or a but after it, or did they just straight up just say you're going to fail your exams, and then there's no if, buts, or what we can do about it? No. I find that very disconcerting. Disconcerting. I would have a very noticeable conflict of interest with someone who is able to say that. Like say that guess what, you passed with almost highest grade. Well, there you go, righteous indignation. Kudos to you, Xing Xing. Do you believe it's tough love that is what caused it? Now hear me out. Righteous indignation is very strong. It's an incredibly strong force. I actually like how John Green spun it. But when you are being told something, you never did bad in school, so I was like, what the? Oh, okay. Now here, well, that is very prideful, right? Prideful. So stimulating pride works really well too. Coincidentally, I feel like it's a lot more coincidental. I'm not one who predicates on coincidence, like telling kids like, well, you're gonna suck if you don't try hard, and then they try hard. It's like, well, you're gonna suck if you don't do this, and they literally do this out of pride, right? That can work really well. I'm not saying that that's a reason why you at the highest grades. I obviously wouldn't do that, or I would do that seldomly. If there is a person that needs a fire lit under their butt, or I can see someone that's very prideful, I would play towards their pride, probably. For myself, like I want to contrast with you. I've generally passed. I generally scored among the 99th percentile in school. It doesn't stop me from believing the next one could be a failing grade. So I never operated on the idea I rarely ever operated on the idea that I couldn't fail the next exam. So the way I motivated myself over time was, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. The past is something I can build on, but the future is not guaranteed. So I always operate and try with the idea that it doesn't matter how consistent I am now, things can change tomorrow. It made me feel like I just didn't want to go back to school anymore when they said that to you. That's fair. That's exactly the outcome that I worry about if I ever said something like that. I don't usually. The closest thing you can probably hear me say is, hey, I'm kind of worried that you may fail your exam. You are very likely to fail your exam in the future, but this is why I'm telling you now, because we still have some time. So let's try to get increase your odds, right? And a prideful student could come up and say, well, that's not fair. Like, why are you already doubting me? It's like, I'm not doubting you. That's why we're taking the time to address it now. The whole reason I'm here is because I have no doubt that you can pass this exam, if not even exceed your performance. The idea is, I'm not entirely sure if you're aware of that right now, right? And hear me out. There's also a downside to that. There's a double edge. What happens when that student ends up failing anyways? Do they come back and attack you or feel betrayed? And yeah, they do. So it's a mixed bag. Some students would acknowledge like, oh yeah, we tried really hard. I know what I got wrong. And I'm like, that's awesome. I'm glad you're aware of why you failed the exam despite our efforts. And then there are ones who are prideful, who refuses to see what was wrong, instead, blame the system, right? Or you as an extension of the system. So you get all those too. It's one of those things, the balance between empty promises, the feeling of being told of empty promises, or being a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if you knew you always have good grades, it is a very powerful thing as a self-fulfilling prophecy to continue getting good grades. Alternatively, I was the latter half, which is the person who is always operating on the idea that I can screw up at any time. So I spend most of my time thinking that my next exam would be the exam that I fail. So an entirely different approach here. Hello there, Bree. Hello. How are you, Bree? It's been a couple of days. Anyways, that's unfortunate, but hear me out, Xing Xing. I know you're still a very great scholar and you're thinking about going back to school. So clearly that teacher was not good enough. Not in a bad way, in an undesirable way. So the heck with it, right? The heck with it. At least you didn't want to go back to school. It seems like you have a lot more pleasant, probably other desirable experience, where there's a teacher that you don't resonate with. I like to think that there were teachers that you do resonate with. I talk about this stuff a lot with younger people because they often tell me all the things they dislike about school and all the dumb teachers versus all the possible good teachers. And doing meh. Pretty sure you got food poisoning from an apple fritter. I've been sick for the last couple days. I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, I hope it subsided already. Like you already got the food poisoning out of your system. An apple fritter. Seems like you're always. Have you ever see, I'm not entirely sure about your environment. I'm not entirely sure about your environment, Bree, but it feels like there's an oddly high occurrence of inconsistent happenings. Like I feel like it's one after another. And it's a shame you can't dramatically change your environment. Moving country helps too. That's fair. I'm not entirely sure if I would say, hopefully when you mean by moving countries, you mean a change in environment, because I'm not entirely sure if it would be entirely fair to use a cult like something that's inherent to the country. I think that would be a disservice, or maybe possibly an inhumane way of generalizing things, because a bad actor is not a representation of an entire country's culture, right? But maybe the culture of the country you moved in suits you a lot more, so it's a happenstance that was very positive and encouraging, right? It's like the reason why I'm saying that is comments like that makes me think of individuals who believe that whatever I'm saying now is a moot point because I'm American. That's what the whole like moving to another country thing. Like, for example, here's one where they believe, like, someone believes that their financial problems would go away because they moved to another country. That's not usually the true. You had good teachers before you did your exams, so yeah, okay. Fair enough. It was labeled as expiring on the 16th, but you were thinking that the date was incorrect and it was actually the 6th. It didn't look or smell bad, but boy, did you take a bite and you found out real quick. I see. Expiration dates. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know how much I would think that way. Like, if is this like a local place? I imagine you got an apple fritter from a local place free. Because mislabeling things like that, I'm not entirely sure how common that. And also, if it's like a standardized thing, those dates are Best Buy dates and not expiration dates. Supermarket Kruger, yeah, then those are likely Best Buy dates. So I mean, I guess you could also argue that that's really unlucky that you got food poisoning from an apple fritter. But the dates on on things like supermarkets, they're not like they're not like the same as an expiration date. I could be wrong. I mean, I haven't been in Kruger for some time. A Kruger supermarket. It could be like the made fresh or like made date instead. Best served dates. Everybody gonna get some breakfast? Alright, I'm gonna try to finish this, and actually I might not be here, but we'll see. We do want to kind of end a little bit earlier. A little bit earlier.
心意，
他不轻易饶人，
轻易饶人，轻易。Light, easy, I guess, like still easy. A plow. Oh no, I don't. Okay, wait. If you go, have a good rest of the day. Don't forget the burger and bubble tea. Gonna have to pass on that, but I will try one day. I'll tell you. I'll tell you when I'll get a burger and bubble tea. I promise. Maybe even like take a picture. But thanks. Yeah, if I don't see ya, definitely enjoy the rest of your day. Right? I'll catch up another time. And you know, stay safe, right? Stay healthy. Right? Plow and Foreman. What the heck is that? You know that down? Alright, alright. Chinese mild. A cliff. A foreman and a... What in the world? I kind of know what I'm supposed to know, but I don't know where the cliff comes from. Oh. I just don't remember it anymore. Is it George Costanza? Nope. Feels bad. Okay.
0
What? 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 Oh. Oh, no. No, no. No, it's not what I'm thinking. Fine. Wait, how does... Make happy. Oh. Yes. And then this was the one. Oh, this is Chuan.
劝
Chen, not Chuan. Chen. Chen advice. Oh.
师傅
他是一位武术师傅。
善
Dang it, the key is the Chinese mile, and it doesn't help anymore. Okay, hold up. Yeah, I know it. Lee. Oh, dang it. This is a fraction. That's not... it's a fraction, isn't it? Yeah. That's not a plow, it's a blossoming tree. I guess I screwed up because a plow has a slide here. Right? That's what threw me off. I kept saying plow. Dang it. Blossoming tree would help. Hold up. Oh no, plow is... Oh no. Oh, plow has an extra stroke. Oh, there's an extra stroke. I missed the extra stroke. Ah, okay. That's my fault. Alright. I might as well put this on the list because I keep thinking of plow. Ouch. Ouch. That's a big ouch. Oops.
装饰棉
What? Oh, wrong tone.
镇 柜台 滑
Sorry. What? Hmm.
羽绒服
这件羽绒服很暖和。
The heck? What?
蛋
I can't
蔬
brain
菜
你
brain
应该多
help.
吃蔬菜。
I don't know what's happening.
严重
这是一个严重的警告。
Oh no. Ah. Oh wait. Oh no. Oh no. Japanese. No. Say. No. What is say? Gonna take a guess. Okay. Not that.
梨
I don't quite like this. It's like the tree is really high, so it's only a fraction of it. It's trying to build like a Chinese mile high of a cliff, but it's only a fraction of a blossoming tree that he's cutting off. And the foreman keeps on hassling him on not being a fraction done. It's not the greatest, but it would be helpful if I didn't think of plow the whole time. Okay, let me try to break this down. I have like soil, legs. I don't actually know what the top is. Is that crazy pills? Hmm. I really thought that was...
违反
Oh, it is.
学生不应该违反校规。
反
What? What?
推
It's push forward or to push.
推
Oops.
绕
Dang you. Dang you. I don't know. That's not the first time that came up. Man. It's not the first time. That's so disappointing. What is going on there? Crazy pills and
趋势
我们应该关注市场的趋势。
trend. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Oh.
收拾
妈妈叫我收拾桌子。
练 月饼
月饼里面有蛋黄。
洗 之 情谊
情谊让人感到温暖。
It's like returning to go back. Okay. Go back to is fine. Okay. Crises averted.
首饰
她戴了一些漂亮的首饰。
爱
Heck. This one kind of sucks. Oh. So much suck.
冰
That's from yesterday. Okay, hold up. feel like it's not. Ugh.
搞好，
我们需要搞好沟通。
长，烂，频率，
这个频率很高。
Maybe it's not. What is? No. Yes.
敏感，
他对强光很敏感。
敏感。Not that. It's not that. I. Oh, is it just ha? It might be ha. Maybe. No, ha is the other thing. Oh man.
撒，
This one kind of sucks. Second region. Oh, that's you. I don't know. Is there anything else that deals with pig and a mouse? Maybe it's like yawn. Oh no. Oh wait. Oh no. I thought that was fine. No. Oh, no, wrong tone. What are you? So upset. I actually worked on this too, and still there's nothing there. I don't understand how the mouth is anywhere near. It's like you're yelling at a pig. I don't know. It's probably high or something. Wait. It is what I think it is. This is nucleus, no? Oh no, it's coughing. Oh my goodness, it's coughing. This is like the third time this has come up. Could just sucks alone. Freaking coughing. We only have stopping coughing. Could. Shuko. Alright, well, let's try to do something. It doesn't really dramatically change this all that much. Alright, maybe like Hermit inside the works inside the electricity plant, right? He's a frog, so he cares about animals, right? Animals. A boar got into the electricity plant, maybe like escaping the wilderness, right? Escaping some sort of danger or hiding from some sort of danger. Notice coughing, right? Coughing from the mouth. It helps them stop coughing, right? That would be helps them control the cough. There's not much to write about this. It's just bad. So disappointing.
和
I keep thinking it's he instead of ke. It's kind of like kun. Kun is fine now, but ke is not. Man,
玉
so disappointing.
镭射
小孩喜欢镭射笔。
Ugh. So disappointing.
歇工
工人因为雨天歇工。
That's 4 today. It's okay. Pretty fine, I guess. Oh, so disappointing. Could have been smoother today. Could have been smoother. Alright, so 4 weak characters. I'll take it. Alright, well... Jing. Rong. Wang. Chang. Tian. Wait. Yeah, Tian. Yu. Okay. I can't really see what the character is. It's so hard to see what the characters are now. They're just too bundled up. It's fine. That's obviously Lian. Lian's what is that? Bamboo Cliffs. Bamboo Cliffs, dislike. Washu. Fan Ti Zi. Da Gang. 斜线，斜线。视频 Okay, some of these kind of suck. 视频 is video. Right, 视频.羽绒.公断. 发疯. 友谊. And then this is channel, right? 频道. 段位. 书挂. No, 书柜. Okay. Alright, so we have Jimmy Neutron in the basement of the English Manor, commissioned to make a special type of whale. And this well will also serve as collecting special groundwater for experiment, right? High techie stuff. Well. And then we have Robin Hood, who is in the temple again. Helping out, making some dye for writing, for writing scriptures and stuff. So he collects a bunch of insects and melts them in a kettle as a start to make some dyes. I forgot how the kettle part works. Oh, it's a... I see. Alright. Then we have Walter finding himself inside a chapel, clinging to his dear life for all the crimes he have made. And he's knocking out death, right? But eventually death gets his way. Then we have Charlie Brown, who's outside of the chapel, praying to the sons of suns, right? The suns for some prosperous things. His wish has come true, only to be buried by the many prosperous stuff. Be careful what you wish for situation. But this is Charlie Brown, so we're painting like a misfortune thing. Kind of very dark. It just gets buried by gold. Careful what you wish for. And then we have Timmy Turner, who's in the pawn shop. In the pawn shop, saw this really cool painting of a rice field, right? Of a rice field. And wish that he was in the painting. Only, again, be careful what you wish for as well. It's trapped in the painting, right? They're obscure. Anyways, next one we have Yugi, who's in the basement of his house doing his shenanigans this time. Only this time he summoned something with a ceremonious mace in order for that thing to bestow upon him. Maybe like a mind control thing, which links with the other mace thing about control, right? Involved in control. Was it control? Not yen, but yeah. Something else dealing with mace. Pleased, to be pleased. You know, he's using summoning an elephant and controlling it with the mace. All right. So let's go over our disappointments for the day. Actually, some of these are not disappointing. Gan was a little disappointing. I typed the wrong. I went down the wrong path, right? Gan was. I got stuck on the syringe. Which is hurried. That's fine. Juan, I don't need to change that. It's okay. The special syringe with the sun juice and stuff. Magic sun juice. That's all I got anyway. Juan for now. Juan for joyous. Somehow that got lost in. This one is a little concerning because it's old. Stork. Bill. Right. One. Joyous. We added something to it. Rip it apart. Refuse to pay. Fine. You have Lee. Oh, this one was super disappointing. Because I mistaken blossoming tree for a plow. And that's where I couldn't figure it out because I was barking down the wrong tree. Or barking up the wrong tree. Waka waka waka. So Lee. Fraction was fine. The translation was fine. And then Ke needs Ke is not the first time. Coughing. Gamao is probably something I'm more relating to the act of coughing or getting a cold. All right, folks, that's a wrap. End of our HanziHero session. We're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to pick up HanziHero, try it out for yourself, and share what we think about it. You know, change some ideas. Always feel free. You know, welcome to chat. We chat today during HanziHero. Was talking about family members, you know, animal family members, some language stuff, a lot of share and tell, right? Got a chance to talk about teaching, food services, lots of interesting ties back to like language learning and whatnot. It's gonna be related. These are transformative skill building stuff that can happen. It's always heartwarming to see the counter the negative side of things with the positive side of things, right? I often feel increasingly concerned when individuals share and tell often involves a constant series of unfortunate events, as opposed to balancing it out with things that are positive. Because the reality is you only see a window of someone's life, right? Much like very different from the windows of a animal's life when they live with you. It's I like that poetic thing about having the entire book, right? The chapters being part of a chapter of your life, but their entire life is within the chapter of your life situation. But this is not that. This is more the reverse, where it's in people are very when the way they express and choose to share the events and examples that they have can tell a lot about their state of mind and their situation, and it can often paint a potential misunderstanding depending on how you present yourself, right? I think oftentimes when someone spends most of their time sharing a series of unfortunate events, it makes you want to think that if it is true, then there's something about the environment that is inherently not conducive to their situation. So one would say, much like the pharmacist, it's really not my place to try to interlope on these things, but one thing would be is if there are only these unfortunate events happening, then one must take action to remove themselves from that environment, or make steady, short, known steps towards removing themselves from that environment. Xing Xing mentioned about moving to a different country, and that change of environment can be very cathartic and reinvigorating. The reality a lot of times doesn't have to explain the solution, in my opinion. I think sometimes misinterpreting that can be problematic. So for example, sometimes problems that are of your own design may be because of the complacent nature of your environment. You settle for things, so therefore there is a high frequency. So the reality is there's a chance that the environment is consistently surrounded by the very quality that makes the thing consistent. Like, why does certain things that typically statistically do not happen very often, regardless of how terrible the environment is, happen to a person? If it's something statistically significant to that person, it would involve what that person is consistently doing. Now, oftentimes though, when you ask enough details, there are details that don't check out, right? And you often wonder if it's within the person's control, right? Like, be it a teacher that tells you something that you'll never want to come back, like it will scare you away from something. Well, we have to understand that that is one instance of everything, but it doesn't stop a person from associating or making associations that could change the decision making that person makes. And it could be for the better or for the worse. It doesn't necessarily have to deal with the truth, right? I think oftentimes though, it's interesting to entertain whether there is a correlation between them. So if you're constantly having a bad day, the question is, are you ignoring, or are you unable to appreciate all the good things that happen or the desirable things happen because the headspace and the mindset is only focused on the bad things? Or it truly is that bad? And here's my hot take here. If what you observe are truly real, then it would imply that you can take courses of action to address or mitigate it or change it. So if in fact your next actions alleviate that, then there is an ounce of truth to it. How it's interpreted may be up to the subjective perspective. Like, for example, one can have a very poor experience at a specific place and time, And because of that specific place and time, it is, whether it's rational or not, that can assume or presume that everything is linked to that characteristic. So when you remove yourself from that characteristic and it doesn't happen again, that doesn't necessarily mean the experience you had was representative of everything else. I think it's more so likely that the change in environment was, regardless of what it was, it could have been neutral, it could have been non-impactful, it is not the same as the environment you were just in. The difference is if someone stayed and made it work, it is more likely that they understand the nature of the problem than avoiding it, in my opinion. However, it can be a possibility that avoiding it, as in changing that environment, was the reason it is the catalyst for the improved situation. That doesn't necessarily mean you understand more of the current situation, right? So solving solutions is really it can be very fruitful in different ways. You can use an avoidant type of strategy, or you can settle and tolerate type of strategy, which is coping. Like you cope, you avoid, or you address, right? So sometimes righteous indignation is a way to avoid, and then to move away from an environment instead of working on the environment. That's still avoidant, but it can lead to the results you want, and it can be a very quick result or a short. I mean, like moving halfway across the world or something, that can seem as a trivial thing or a very strong thing. And for myself, I think it's interesting to talk about these things. You're more than welcome to do so. I have an offering counterexample a lot of times. Largely is just to largely is to focus on pointing out what could explain things, not what will explain things. Right? I think oftentimes when people tell me their solutions or infer things, they often think that the solution is the reason to explain the happening, the observation. When I do feel like the observation is lacking enough details to ever make that presumption. For example, when you have a bad actor, you have to test whether it's a bad actor. If you don't think it's a bad actor and it's a reflection of something else, well, you have to test that. It's okay, in my opinion, to assume those things as long as you feel good about it, and it's not my place to convince you otherwise. However, it is interesting to talk about those because different people see different things and consider different things. So in that regards, I think that's why there's an open invitation to anyone who wants to go down that road. I'm always here to try to think of other things, other explanations, because confirming something doesn't make it real, in my opinion. Like when you confirm something, it has to be supported by all the things it can otherwise also be. You confirming one thing doesn't mean it can't be another thing. Like trying to explain one occurrence, there are more than one explanation most of the time, especially for a complex situation. And then when it doesn't exist, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You have to test that. You know, confirmation bias, and then negation, right? Null hypothesis testing, the way of it. All right, until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, or maybe these particular stories about learning experiences from people, right? Talking and sharing about learning experiences, you're more than welcome. Until then, 大家下次见, right? See you guys next time. 感谢观看 Right. Thank you for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until then, bye bye.